Sounds a little dramatic. This one's kind of fun. How's everyone doing? Chilling? Gonna fire up Starlink here. That, and I wanted to see one other thing. Morning, Maddie Live. How are ya? Good morning. That's different. What is this? Oh. That's, I was gonna say that's not my stream. That's not what I look like. I wanted to check and see what the quality was like. I just wanted to check and see like some animation, some movement, because I did some adjustments. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I wanted to drop the kbps theater mode. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I can't see the text. So if I look at the text in the background, let's see what do we got there. It's funny, you can see me in the background, me in the background, me in the background. The delay. Yeah, that. All right, this stuff in here is just not very readable, is it? Wonder if that's the compression settings? I should have done this before, but here we are. Let's bump that up a little. Morning, Zenocron. I'm evaluating the quality of the stream. It's fun. It just has a. I dropped the delay to 10 seconds today, so we'll see how it goes. And that looks a little better. Yeah, see, it's still really hard to read. Is it because I'm shrinking it here? Oh, it is. It is. That's my fault. Yeah, it's because I was scaling the window. All right. Then I get confused about which window is which window. All right. Well, you guys tell me if it's too big or small. Let's get going. So yesterday I ran into this issue. And I want to track this down. But occasionally it does this, that there. There we go. Okay. It now if we just restart this, it'll be better. Watch. Well, it might be better. There's a chance. It's fairly often that it just flip-flops. See, now it's better. Now we've got what we're expecting. There's our border box. Nothing changed, right? And if we kill it again and run again, it might actually go the long way. Nope, we're good there. So, what is it that is doing this? Does it have to do with the size of the window? It does not, Denny. Good question, though. Um, I I think it has to do with the order that the constraints are added to cassowary. And the only thing that I've figured out so far is that, well, these are all the same. The constraints are all the same. Okay, and they seem to be added in the same order. I had the working version here. Let's see, where's the other one? Foo, let's say bottom, where it stretches to the bottom. And the only thing that's different in these, other than um, some white space, is this order here. Variables 4253 and 3524. A little confusing for that. So, but I'm not certain that it's that. Um, those elements are stored in a hash map and we iterate over them. So it's expected that they would be coming out in some random order. However, I'm not certain that that is the reason it's failing. It could be other reasons, reasons that we just don't see logged here. So I want to improve the logging a wee bit. So anywhere we interact with the solver, I want to add some logging just to see what's going on. So are we suggest a value? And we're going to be using eprint lines so we can dump everything else out to some file or whatever. When we add a variable, and if you don't like the song or you like the song, give it a thumbs up, thumbs down, remove edit variable. Because even though cassowary, like we're inside of Godot, right? So the frames and the timing between these might change depending on, the CPU load or many different things. Cassowary, I think my guess is that cassowary is getting the same info in the same order, except for that hash map. You know what? This just calls that, so we don't need that. Deferred update. That's not interacting with cassowary though. This is though. All right, let's give this a go. Okay, we only have eprint lines inside of layout. Gonna capture that. So we're gonna toss everything else into like foo, delete me. And we'll see whether or not this is a good one or a bad one. This has nothing. I'd say that's a bad one. I don't I don't remember destroying everything. Hold on, I want to make sure that we didn't do something really unexpected. Did we save something that, uh-oh, what happened? I want to see, oh, okay, okay, it is working. The previous ones were just bad versions. Okay, and then if we close that, we should get the same output. Okay, removing edit variables, yada yada. So let's capture this here. down to, let's say, the fetch changes. So here to here, this is the good one. Foo working. Okay, that's the working one. The previous one then is the not so working. Down to fetch changes. Let's say foo, bottom. Toss that in there. Good. So I have the working one and the not so working one. All right, we only have a couple of constraints. Let's toss those onto their own lines. Okay, that'll just be easier to compare them. All right, now we can see that the constraints are happening in the same order. Variable 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, all with a coefficient of 1. Constants, 0, strength 100, equal. Operator is equal. Now variable 3, 4, yep, good, good. 0, 1, coefficients, looking good. That looks the same. So the first 5 lines are, other than white space, identical. And then we have edit variables being added. And we see that we're adding edit variable 2 and setting variable 2 to 0. And here it's variable 3, then 5, then 2. So these are different. Then we add edit variable 0 and 1. Now these two here are the width and height. I think variable 0 is width, variable 1 is height. And then that's it. Right? The only difference here, the only difference is the order that we're adding the edit variables. That seems unreal to me. I mean, could it? So we have variable 3, 0, 4, and 1. And in this case, we register 3, 0, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the working one. 3, 5, 2, 4. Could it be? Oops. Whoa, there's a lot of white space at the end of that. Just wanted to see, not that far, the two variables in this. So 5 is going to be equal to 0 and 2 equal to 0. I don't think that those are going to have any material difference. I'm, I'm suspecting that it's these. We always add the edit variable 0 and 1 at the end. That happens last because of the order that the nodes get added to the scenes. It kind of bubbles up, right? So the tail, the very leaf nodes get their variables added, and then it comes up the tree. Maybe it shouldn't be that way. Maybe we should add edit variables at the beginning. We can flip that if we think it's important, and it's not hard to do. All right, so if we're looking at variable 3 against variable 0, so here 3 is before 0, and same in the other case. It's an interesting song. The last train to Alfonsobville. It's a long song, 540. That is a long song. All right, it lost my attention span. So we got these variables here. So 2 before 0 was no 3 0 and 4 4 1 3 0 4 1. This one for me, it's a bit more of a thumbs down. So 3 0 4 1. Let's get a little bit more data. I'm concerned that this might actually work in other orders too. Okay, this one's working. 3 5 2 4. Oh, sorry, 5 3 2 4. So went 5 3 2 4. Oops. That is so weird. So we could create a little test. Let's create a little test. Oh, you know what I saw the other day? There was a neat crate for doing playground stuff. You know, I'm not seeing it. All right, Let's just create one. All right, here's our cassowary lib test. Let's get the same thing set up. Oops. Cargo add cassowary. All right. So now we need a solver. Now here, let's bat out the who working. So we're going to add some constraints to it using an iterator. So we need those together. So let's create, was it 6 variables? Equals, no. All right, there's our 6 variables. Yeah, they are cassowary variables. All right, now we need some constraints. And the first one will be variable 5 to constant 0. V5 is going to be weighted relation : EQ strong 0.0. That's one. Now the next one, V2, is the same thing. Now we have something a little bit more interesting for V3 and 4. Is these things are actually equal to 0. Oh, I did this wrong. It should be V0. There, now they're right. Okay, so 3 is equal to variable 0, strength that, which I believe is strong. I think I was using strong for everything. And this one's equal to V1. Those are supposed to be saying that, oh, the box's right side is equal to the width of the window. That's what this is, and this one is the height. I would say solver dot add constraints, and we give it constraints. iter. This needs to be mutable. And all right, so that should be the first part. Now we add the edit variables, I guess in whatever order we want. So 2, 3, 4, 5 seems reasonable. V2, strength. I think we were just doing strong for these. We could check. Strength medium. All right. Now we add all 6 with 0 and 1 being at the end. Oh, yes. Yes. All right. Then after that, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, and 2, we set the variables 0 and 1. So in this case, we're just going to suggest values to that. I'll say this is 20. And for V1, say it's 15. Okay. Then we call fetch changes on this and examine the output. Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm hoping that this will be the beginning of some sort of stream tool. So I want to build that out. Get some little bling. All right, now we're going to test this. Cargo, test, no capture, because we want to see that debug output. All right, looks like it passed. And it says the changes. Variable 4 has a value of 15, 0 is 20, 3 is 20, and 1 is 15. Seems legit. Let's run it again. Oh, no, 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 no. No. Oh. That's not supposed to happen. That we changed nothing. All we did was run it again and we got different output. So it's random. How do we control this? Shoot. So the changes, right? Given the same test, Cassowary is giving me different results. In this case, nothing changed. In this case, we only got 2 variables back up, variable 1 and 4. In this case, we got all 4, which is what we want. Yeah, all 4 again. We need sad music. This is close, but not quite. This one's too easy. Easy listening. Holy cow. Wow. Oh, sorry. Um, yeah, that's great, huh? That's just roses. All right, what did we miss in the documentation? That's how your boss usually handles test failures? Crying. I'm gonna go cry. A simple example. If you pretend everything works, then it does. So this one is just printing. This is like equivalent to our debug. Here, they create variables, which is what we were doing, right? They have v1, v2, v3, v4, right? And they're just adding them to the map so they can name them later. Then they add constraints. Hmm, seems familiar. They add edit values and suggest values for them. This is exactly the order that we are doing this in. What are we missing? What in the world are we missing? So it only works correctly in release mode? Thoughts? Do we have to fetch changes twice? Maybe they didn't get committed yet? Okay. In this case, we had the 4 and then nothing. It's expected. Here, 2, nothing. 2, nothing again. Nothing, nothing. Great. 4, nothing. It seems like everything's like the second time we run this, it's always nothing. This is exactly the same documentation we saw before. I mean, if we run their version, do we get different results? I mean, here, this is basically what we're doing. We're saying the left has to be that, the right has to be that, then the top and the bottom. All right, let's go to GitHub cassowary. Maintainers. Are you looking for maintainers that maximize particular variables? Required strength on edit variables. Yeah, required. Yeah, it doesn't seem to accept this on edit variables. I think I ran into that too. If the size of the report is not required, I think I might sometimes get strange results. According to this, which is for a different implementation. Oh, am I looking at the wrong implementation? Oh, no. What was the URL for this? Flutter. Yeah, Flutter has a cassowary. Edit variables can only be suggestions. You have two choices. You can remove and re-add width and height constraints every time the viewport changes, which is the approach suggested here. What is this? It's a different cassowary? What is this for? Is this like Python? What is this? All right, that's fine, but that's not our issue. That's good to know. Various fixes. All right. I don't know if this is any better. Feels like video game music. All right, so let's pretend that instead of the suggest value for the window width and height, we add them as constraints. This is going to be V0. Yep, required to be 20.0. Add more constraints, and we're done. All right, let's give it a test. Okay, first one, it's good. Second one, good. Third one, good. Fourth one, good. Fifth one, good. Okay, looks like the width and height need to be set via that. That's unreasonable. I do not accept that. Hopefully that'll be the end of that bug. But the order is not stable. That's okay. That's okay. As long as we have the variables being, that's okay. Yeah. And why is the order not stable? Does it have like some random dependency? What are the dependencies on this cargo? No dependencies. So, I mean, that's a great point, Edwin. How is it choosing a different order? Oh, it uses a hash. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Let's get rid of these foo things. Actually, let's go into Rust. There. Now this change is only going to be inside of a screen. Screen needs to register more of its own constraints. Now, because it doesn't need to associate a ref node with constraint, we can just use a vector of constraints here. So we'll do that. Now we have to build that up. Where is new? So it's going to be yelling at us here. Dramatic music. Oh man. Oh, it's a vector. Sorry. And how many constraints do we have? We have two constraints. All right. Now let's see. Oh, you're working with an open source project that has a lot of problems like that? Yeah, it is a little odd. Well, I was expecting them to be in the same order. I guess we could order them ourselves. Shadow of Death. It's not really a thumbs. Yeah, it's a thumbs down for the stream. All right, so we go through here. We end up calling on resize. Wait, where are we registering variables? Because now we don't have to do this. These are our variables. No, I've done this wrong. It's not going to be there. We have to register new child constraints. We don't have any constraints. Because our properties are gone now. No more props. No more right and bottom properties. I got that, got that. Yeah, we just have to re-register our child constraints on every single one of these. I mean, hopefully people aren't just like dragging the window and resizing it all the time. I mean, it should be fine. We're gonna have to move that child constraint. No, can't. We've gone from a cult music to can. The Surprise Me station is living up to its name. It really is. So it's kind of fun. I mean, at least we don't have screaming chimpanzees, huh? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Bear Dude. That is a lovely sort of that is so fun. Oh, so if you don't know, Bear Duda, Bear Cool Cal says Muma, I think is his name currently. Um, he's got this thing where you can have a chimpanzee scream for 32 seconds every 5 minutes. It is unreal. It really is. It is crazy. All right, set dimensions. We no longer suggest values, so we don't have to do this. That goes away. But we do get our width and height. Oh, Zenocon, have you not been there for the screaming chimpanzee? It's great. You get to a point because it's like it's got to take a breath at some point, and and you think it's done, but then it goes again. I think it's a great sort of like a gag thing. And the best was when he's also learning Norwegian, which is crazy. He seems to be doing pretty well at it. But we used the learn Norwegian alongside the screaming chimpanzee. So you wait for him to get into the Norwegian bit, and then he does the screaming chimpanzee, and he can't do Norwegian with the screaming chimpanzee. It's great. Oh, it's fantastic. All right. Sorry, I'm still thinking of the chimp. All right, so we need normally what we will be given is a child and props, right? But we're gonna have to keep the props around for longer. Yeah, I know, Centercon. It's like boxing and chess, right? Like you go from one sort of mental brain exercise to another that's just beating you up. It's, yeah, now we actually have to, because when we insert these, we have to. So keeping the child around is going to be fine. It's a ref. That's fine. Keeping the props around though, that's different. We might have to clone that. So I think we're going to have some sort of collection for this because we don't know the size right off. We have to create the constraints when we do know the size of the screen. Because there's a timing issue there between the child constraints getting added here and us knowing the values in order to create it. Now I know we do have this here, so maybe we do have enough. We need to keep the prop. No, we have to keep the props around for longer. All right. So we're gonna have a ref. Let's see, a hash map of node to hash map. We're gonna have to clone these. All right. So we've got our add constraints. Let's add those. Self dot count props insert. We'll call it something like update constraints, and we'll put this stuff into some other function. Right, give me a minute. All right. So I also noticed that my Starlink rebooted last night. I've not investigated it though. Yeah, let's see, the uptime for the dish is 11,000 seconds. Wow. We'll have to see how it goes. It's been better after each one. All right. Now, so let's get this created. Implement default members. No. Child props. It's going to be a hash map to a ref node to a hash map of prop. Wait, what was it? No. Oh, stuff's falling off my desk. Ah, props to variables. That's what it was. 1212, comma. All right. And what was the other one? Update constraints. So the first thing update constraints has to do is remove all the existing constraints. So we still have to have that list of constraints. Yeah, thank you for the follow. So now when we remove all the constraints, self.child constraints, just in all of them values, we could drain it. Now at this point, we want to do a map layout. We'll see. These are two mutable things. Oh, that's a macro. Did we add remove constraints? We did. Great. Now for some logging. Screen could not remove child constraints. Oh, it's not an iterator. That's closer. Peaceful planet, a hymn of gratitude. All right. It wants the borrowed constraints on the inside. That's fine. We just call iter on that. Iter will basically return references, an iterator that references the things inside. So, like so. There we go. This is some Rust coding music. Okay, so that should work. Add constraints. We still need a mutable self. Do we need a mutable self? Because of the mutable layout. Hmm. Let's see, this is going to be very similar, except, let's see, with layout, do we have to, I don't remember something. What's the sig on that? It's just the constraints. Okay, fine. Constraints, for constraints, and self.child, constraints.values. This might give us issues. So the first thing we do is we remove constraints. Function, create mutable self again. Now this one's going to be taking these, basically doing this for each one of the children. Or is it here? Something like that. I'll have to have a loop, inserting it into the map. All right, now we have child props and child constraints. So Basically going to be taking the data out of child props, and well, not out of it. We're going to be reading it in order to create the child constraints. Child props iter because we want the child and the other one. It's too far. Okay. Child props is going to be a hash map of ref node to a hash map. So we'll say child, and this is, what's a good name for that? Props, child props. Or let's just call it props. There we go. Now this code works. Self-dot properties is gone. That's right. This is the reason why we're doing this. No longer grab that. Screen right should exist. Stage left, screen right. This is going to be self dot. Oh, we don't even have that value anymore, do we? Oh, we do have width and height. Okay. So the child right is going to be equal to self dot width. And this one's the height. What else? We add the constraints, child. And that's pretty good. The problem here, though, is that when we say add child constraints, this is actually it's expecting us to do something else. But screen is special. Screen is like this thing at the very top of the layout tree, and it doesn't behave exactly the same. So this is supposed to return a vector. So we're going to have it return a vector, but it's not the right vector. This is because we have to have more control over the constraints. Normally, you would just return the constraints right here and be done with it. Maybe this is a signal that the constraints shouldn't be added there. Hmm. If we go to, where is it? Container, the trait. We have some functions here that you have to implement, and some that we've already implemented that you can use if you want. What you'll see here is we first call add child constraints, and then all we do is add the constraints. Maybe we flip this, just create a little macro or something, because this is going to be the same, what is it? many lines? 7 lines in each of the files. Let's just turn that into a macro. Get rid of add child constraints. Just have add child and have whatever actually do the constraints. Add the add the child constraints. That should work pretty well because all we're doing is passing these through to here anyways. It's going to be a little bit of a rename, but that's okay. Remove is the same way. Just get the values and then add them. All right. Well, let's grab this. Container macros. Container add constraints. We need a layout. And then constraints. Oh man, I love me some Rust Analyzer. It is a great tool. It is really, really good. I mean, you push buttons for a living, right? And after 20 years, it's a lot of pushing buttons. Thank you. Good morning, Arxie. How are you? Clippy's awesome. I like Clippy. What's got me at the moment is this line here. Get layout on self. This is using the Hey John, good morning. It was fun watching your game last night. It was really fun. Normally the kids don't watch the streams that I'm watching, but as soon as that was on screen, they're like kids suddenly. Like, wow, what game is that? It's like it's right there. Is he speed running? Yeah, he's doing speed runs. Oh, Tommy Luco. I think we're referring to the Rust Clippy, which is kind of like a, you know, distant cousin to the Microsoft Clippy. That's right, distant cousins. Distant cousins. All right. That though, that's getting me. MS Clippy makes you feel old. I do, I also remember its intro. It's a long time ago. I picked up this phrase from somebody. I was at the store, and I live out in the middle of a forest, right? So you go into a store and it's different. Um, But I had made some crack, and then I was asking, I don't know, I forget what it was. We were talking about how old something was. That's right. Um, and the clerk said something about, what was it? It was something like, yeah, he had that when God was a boy. He was there when God was a boy, something like that. I just thought that was a great sort of like mental image of how old something is. Oh, interesting. You're gonna redo your setup again, Tommy. Oh, wow. That'll be interesting. Oh, you're gonna set up a second Gen 2. Gotcha. Gotcha. Running OpenRC and squeeze every bit of performance out of it. Few people do that anymore, you know? I was able to stream using my Raspberry Pi. You don't have much room left over for compiling though, because if you get it set up right, you can use um, the hardware encoder. Minecraft Minecraft is not a well optimized program, so I mean that's fun. All right, I'm getting stuck up on this here. Self-to-get layout. I know we could pass the layout in. The problem is that in some places it's an option, other places it's not. Let's just always have it be an option. All right, where were we? Add child. Ah, that's right. We were gonna get rid of add child. We just pulled that into something else. Because normally we have get layout here, which is layout there. And if we're doing this, do we need this get layout? A bin host would be the way to go on a Pi. Also need to make your VPS a bin host. Oh. Where's this being used? Three places. Yeah, container uses it. No, that's the trait itself. What's this one? You mean it's not, this isn't used in very many places? Let's just delete that and require, because the only reason we needed it was for these. Hmm. Container remove child constraints is already there. Uh, where's remove child constraints? I don't see it there. Maybe that's a function somewhere else. Oh, it is. It's a function on container. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Only a few global flags. Hmm. All right, that one's not used. Remove constraints. Let's get this one set up. Ooh, this is like macro music. What do we need here? We need layout and then the constraints. Did we do that or return the error, then let whatever actually do the error, which is what we should probably do. All right, we'll get to that though. Back to container, we are going to remove add child constraints and remove child constraints. And instead we are going to make these pure or virtual. I don't know, what do we call that? We're going to remove the default impl for these. In here, all we're doing is registering, and here, removing. Okay. I don't know. Something about this, it's got me. All right, let's look at containers. 'Cause, yeah, a lot of this changed. We no longer need the container get layout bit. That goes away. Took 2 days to compile everything. Wow. Oh, wow. Took about 15 hours as you compiled the full KDE package and many other things. Wow. OpenBSD runs on a toaster, man. All right. So this should just pass through. Those are passed through. Now we just need add and remove child. Oh, I like this already. Add child, remove child, get rid of all of this code. That is much more reasonable. Nixos, interesting. Switch to Arch. Came crawling back to Gen 2. Yeah, when that eventual box that I'm gonna get upgraded to, I'm gonna go BSD on it. Definitely gonna go with BSD. I'd love to go like Dragonfly BSD, but I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, maybe I'll try. Maybe we'll first try to go Dragonfly. FreeBSD, I love. Haven't used it in forever though. It's gonna be kind of a rough sort of awkward reunion. Like, hey, how's it going? How do we log in? Like, what is this? Yeah, Dragonfly is cool. Oh, that's really small. Matthew Dillon. But like getting rid of like the big locks and stuff, different file system, Hammer. Like Hammer is crazy. One of the original goals had been to be able to take a process and move it to another machine. I don't know if they still do that, but I know you can freeze processes and thaw them. They did some crazy performance stuff early on. So someday, BSDs could really use some tender loving. Get some Barry White on the music. Oh yeah. I mean, you said that the Geek Pirate, and I thought of Chef from South Park. It's like, this is just gonna go the wrong way. All right, so we only have 3 instances of this. All right, I gotta move some feed bags. Giggity. I'll be back in a minute. All right, 1,200 packages. Oh wow. So let's fix up border box. That was an easy one. Okay. Wow. What's going on here? We can get rid of get layout. Hey, painting rules. Good morning and welcome. Happy today, whatever today is. Is today Wednesday? I don't know what day it is. How you doing, buddy? That's right. And then these. Yes, okay, we did that, but now we have to use the macros here. Container, add constraints, self dot layout, and that's going to be whatever the result of this previous one was. Still a bit irked by the way the devs first introduced EOS. I haven't seen EOS before. What is EOS? Said it was elementary OS? Huh. So yeah, why don't we just do this before adding it? Then we'll keep it. So I don't think that actually wants to keep it forever. It just wants to iterate over it. It's fine. Constraints on that. Dot X. There we go. Border box should be able. Blail. They still don't make it clear that it's free. This has a certain feel to it that pay what you want. Purchase elementary OS. Hmm. It's a Linux variant. Oh, they have a lot of custom apps. Interesting. Apps you need. Without ones you don't. They're using Vala. Oh, based on Ubuntu. Interesting. Hmm. Will it run on the Raspberry Pi? Huh. I mean, they purposefully make this look like a Mac box, right? Oh, they're working on a Pi version. Interesting. Huh. Hardware improvements? That's cool. Multitasking view, picture in picture, do not disturb. I like the picture in picture. On top of Zoom during the meetings, keeps you focused on the screen. You'd be like, I'm kidding, I don't do that. It's obvious when I'm not paying attention. Box should be able to, something. Even a terminal, wow. Wow, that is cool. Is that not the same word? Constraints, cannot find value constraints in the scope. Oh, because we have to put a $sign in front of it. That, take that off of there. We'll return the error. All right, that's pretty good. Let them equal that. Then container remove constraints. Self.layout. And then constraints. Whatever those people told you they saw last night. Toss another expect Godot on there. Let's say border box. Not remove. I mean, that seems good. We actually got rid of a clone of that vector, which is nice. Same thing here. Should be $sign layout, $sign constraints. Remove that. Maybe if you want to fork their pip, you can have it everywhere. Huh, that's neat. On the Pi, because I don't really care for the default Pi one. Oh, this one's getting a little screamy, isn't it? We're gonna that ended 6 minutes. Oh wow. Hmm. Yeah, GTK3 does not offer GPU accelerated animations. I mean, it's not far away. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, when that gets there, that might be fun to test out. The Pi's actually gotten a little bit faster lately with the drivers and the updates. Let's see. What do we have? Bob. Sudo apt. What's that? Starlink is so much faster than what I had before. So much faster. You don't understand. It's on 4 megabit per second before. I never would have even attempted this while streaming. What do we have? Hmm, okay. I want to see the kernel stuff. So it is, they're updating that. You're in a meeting now? I mean, most of this is like LibreOffice. Got some other good stuff in there. Kernel bits, I'm looking forward to. Oh, they updated Chrome on there. Interesting. Hmm. All right. Yeah, that never would have worked before. Just would have been too slow. All right. Well, let's keep going. What is this? Container map layout. This should be opt layout. Discord has a fantastic new update, which now shows the text of uploaded files. No way. That's cool. That's really, really cool. Oh, that should be there. That's good. All right, so where else? We've got a couple others. VBox. Let's fix up VBox. VBox is an easy one because it was just returning empties before. So we can just tell it to import the defaults. This song has a bit of a feel to it. What's that remind you of? Yeah, we don't need that at the moment. VBox, we're not working on. It's the other ones. Screen. Oh, screen. Get lucky. That's it. That's it. Daft Punk. Absolutely. Yeah. Even that chord progression there. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that chorus. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Okay. Got that. What's next? Get layout. Not needed. Thank you. Now back to why we were here. Import defaults. Thank you. These get moved. Finish up the remove. Constraints is equal to that, and then keep that. That one goes away. This one goes over there. Remove that. Delete this. Update constraints. Okay. And because this one is special, we do not need to return anything else. That's good. So we're going to call update constraints whenever a child's added and whenever the screen resizes. What? What's this? Properties. Oh, yes, yes, yes. We are no longer registering our own properties. Because as we found out earlier, cassowary doesn't work that way. So on resize will get called, which will then eventually call set dimensions and set dimensions. I mean, that seems a little wasteful. Uh, do we have width and height on this? We do. So we need to save that. Self dot width equals W. Self dot height equals H. Self dot update constraints. Oh yes, and when we exit, we're probably gonna have a lot of stuff like this. We no longer have anything to do in the exit tree. That just goes away. Because the only thing that we're doing now on enter, so we call on resize. See, ready might be too late for that. No, it should be fine. It should be fine. Everything's going to get laid out with zeros to begin with. And this just goes away. Goodbye. Less code. Bravo. All right. What else? Constraints used after move. Can I just give it a reference to that? No. Oh, a reference to this one. That's what I meant. I won't let you down. I will wrap your arms around me. Gathered Together vocal mix by Spencer and Francis. Next. Hmm. A little too mellow for me right now. I mean, I am fond of saxophone pieces, but hmm. Oh, you moved into closure here. Oh, I see. It's because of the closure. Let's just keep a reference. And now? That should be all right. What about now? Because if that'll work, then we should be able to change it back to an ident. Let's go ident. So it might actually work now. Okay, let's check these warnings just in case. So the layout ready is ready, deferred update. Okay. What else? Screen. Child is unused. Put that kid to work. Say layout remove constraint. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Why are we doing this at all? It's because it was at the end of the other function. Okay. Useless clone removed. Container for VBox. Yes. 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 Did you say fish? All right. Here we go. Oh, we don't need the little food delete me thing. Hey, it worked the first time. Look at that. Okay, now we've seen this happen before. We got lucky before where it worked the first time. Let's try again. Two times in a row. That's our lucky song. Third time's a charm. I mean, what are the odds? We might have fixed something. My hopes are really high now. Oh, look at that. I think this is solved. The end of the song just ramped up quite a bit into something not quite so mellow. But all right, let that be a lesson. We brought this down to a small, manageable piece of test code, figured out how to fix that small piece of test code, then applied that change to our larger code base. Whenever you get into those really hard programming situations, that's often a really, really good way to go. So look at this. Okay, let's bring this over. We're still running the tool, right? Our streaming tool for packet shuffling. And you can see that occasional, oh my goodness. Oh, oh, pretzel rocks. You know how to surprise me. But where were we going? So we're running the stream tool. OBS is actually streaming to some software that we wrote. And you can see that in these places, we would have had dropped packets before. But this here is accepting OBS's packets, forwarding it on to onto a server in Linode that is buffering for 10 seconds. Today's stream is buffered 10 seconds, and then it sends it onto Twitch. Now, here, you can see we still had a couple of drops. It's not too bad. Let's say unstable. Yes, here it says it was unstable for 10 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute and a half. Wow, it's crazy. That is why there's such a long delay, because otherwise Otherwise, we would have been writing here at about 6 to 10% dropped frames. And that is thanks to Starlink's better than nothing beta. I can probably show you. Let's try this. And it's worked out really, really well. Other than streaming, nobody really notices because the packet loss is usually in the terms of like just a little bit here and there, and things would just recover. So here, let's see if it'll pick it up today. Let's go into big webcam mode. Big webcam. Okay. So here at the very bottom, yeah, ignore the green screen kind of cutting out there, but you'll see the signal loss here, and that's getting better and better. But it's going to take a couple months before that recovers. Well, before that's just perfect. They got to launch some more sats and stuff and get them into place. So our little tools there are working. I'm glad we did that. It makes the like I would export these things to YouTube and it'd be like part one, part two, part three, part four, part five, part six, just because of that. So all the archives of this are over there at YouTube. We also have some commands there. And so each one of those has the possibility of actually um, segmenting the stream. And I don't really want to download them, stitch them together, and then upload them to YouTube, even though it'd be much, much easier now. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do that daily so that doesn't happen, but occasionally I just forget it falls out of my routine. Yeah, and I think about that. I'm like, is there a button in here where I could just have it notify one and not like 20? Well, it's funny because on my I think I've got like 10, 90 subscribers on YouTube. Um, so here, let me show you. The YouTube algorithm gets angry as well. I don't think there's anything that's not visible here that you shouldn't see. Um, but yeah, so we upload our content here, right? Export it from Twitch, and it's been great um, since Twitch did this thing where you split the audio. Um, because now YouTube isn't doing these like copyright claims and stuff like that, and I can actually play more music from Pretzel because I don't have to choose just the just the YouTube safe music, which is like this much. Um, yeah, all these copyright claims. I'd have to go through and click and deal with that, and it was just time I didn't want to spend on it. But yeah, yesterday we had um, a big gap towards the end of the stream, so it wasn't that bad. But we have now here it says 183. That's really, really small text. But if you keep, let's see, if we go to like rows per page, do 50. How many pages of these do we have? You're kind of new to Godot and you're confused when it comes to signals. When should and when should I not use them? Ooh, that's a good question. So signals are great for loose coupling, right? Where you have something that um, doesn't need to know about the consumer. If you look at their examples, you'll see networking code. Actually, no, their networking stuff doesn't tend to use signals, or at least their TCP networking stuff. But really it's for loose coupling, right? Where you can just set something up in there and then um, something else could trigger based on an event that happens. So they don't really have to know about each other. They just need to know that the event happened, or they need to know to cause the event. So yeah, we're at 292 in there. And this is what? This is stream 399. Oh, tomorrow should be our 400th stream. But yeah, I didn't capture the first 100 or so, which is too bad. But but when I first started uploading those, my wife was already a follower of me on YouTube, and she just got like her phone went ding 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 forever. It just YouTube just went ding ding like over and over and over. Now you can watch me without a browser. Wow. And what about the chat, Tommy? What are you using for the chat? Some other app? Yeah, maybe IRC. All right. So that's all working. Let's print line. Let's get rid of those. Morning, Steve. How you doing? Yeah, and today we're doing this in English, um, like every day. I don't even think I could do this in French. Studied French for like 5 years, 20 years ago. I should do what Bear Duda does. Do French on Duolingo. What's MPV? Let's see, what else do we have? DBGs. Oh, no more. We have some debug asserts, some print lines. Oh, that's in the build though. That's okay. We need those. Let's try running this. I want to get rid of that spew there. Super minimal, non-bloat. What is it? Video player. Oh, see that. Oh, that's Godot print. Oh, now watch. When we resize this, the box resizes. When we go this way, it also resizes. Actually, I can't tell if it's scaling that way. This way, it definitely shrinks. This way, okay, that way it just scales because we're using an orthographic camera. That's perfect. All right. Now let's position the camera. What's the camera looking at? Okay, let's get the cameras left over there. I think we need this at, see, the size is going to be 10. Transform 5. -5. There we go. Give that a save. Let's see, what's it do when we run it? Ah, perfect. Look at that. If we do this, it's scroll like it's resizing wrong. Is the camera moving? I think the camera moves when we do that. Let's fix that. Keep height, environment empty, horizontal offset. Can we, I don't know what this value is. Let's look that up in the Godot docs. The horizontal X offset of the camera viewport. We could have guessed that. But what is it? Okay, let's say it's 5. Nothing changed in there. All right. So the other thing we can do, so we can duplicate this. Right now we have 2 of them. Now we can put this one in that one. Save that. Let's see, in our padding, see, they shouldn't stack. Let's see, no errors so far. That's good. Let's close that. Uh-oh. You need to make WeChat a bit prettier, though. Hmm. I thought border box. Oh, did I remove the child constraints in border box? I think there's a big commented out section in here somewhere. No? Ah, here. Okay. That should be a little better. Because otherwise they were just all zeros. Let's kill that. Then what happened here? Yeah, left margin should exist. Should have a container when exiting tree. Uh, sure. Why did it not? Let's go back to border box. On tree exiting. Takes the layout. Container remove layout. Wait, these two things are doing the same thing? Yeah, that just returns layout. Why are we doing that? These are literally the same exact thing. Well, nearly the exact same thing. This one calls remove child on owner. Hmm. I think container, this one here should remove that value, or should return the layout. Take expect that layout dot layout. Text tax funnel rebounding. Are they? You know what? Let's. Where else is that used? Say here, two at a time again. VBox. Exiting tree for what is that? Container macros. That's fine. I think. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's in layout. Yeah, that's okay. And then this one, that's the macro itself. And this one. Okay, we're gonna remove that after we delete this. Oops. Keep everything saved. For type bool, what is this? Container on exiting tree. We're taking that. Should be fine. Oh dear. Is it returning a boolean? What? Failed to parse macro invocation. All right, let's do this a different way then. Wow. MPV. Hmm. Brew install MPV. You use Streamlink? Use a Twitch low latency module. Nice. It's been a while since I've done this. All right. See, I thought that we could have the variables here, but if this is the case, yeah, then I think we did this the wrong way. We'll just use remove layout instead, and then have this other thing's call remove child on there. Oh, so 4 seconds with that. That's neat. And what's it say for this? I'm curious. Given the delay that we add, I want to know if it includes that in the count. 'Cause okay, we're going to get rid of that instead. I'm going to switch to container remove layout. The ping test. Yours shows 2.4 seconds. Well, like 20 to 30. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Twitch was going to get information about the well, the delay that we add. All right, container remove. All right, so we're going to go with container remove on this instead of the layout remove. Container remove layout. And that one's just two things, an ident, so self and a name. No more owner. Feels like an eternity. And well, it's going to get much better. So when Starlink is in a happy place, then we're going to keep dropping this down more and more. So until we don't need it. And then we're going to have some insanely fast connection. What is it? That's instance. Do I have to container map layout on that? Oh, yeah. Remove layout, save layout, remove constraints, add constraints. Map layout. Let's put the map layout bits down with the layout stuff below here. Okay. Oh yeah, Starlink is amazing compared to standard. I mean, my neighbors across the street, they're on like HughesNet or something, and they hate it. Absolutely hate it. And they're not able to get the microwave uplink stuff that I had before. All right, so where next? Remove child not found. Yeah, fine, we'll get to that. Unresolved macro call. This one here. Container remove. Layout. Your provider has its lowest offered, 240 megabit down and 24 up. Yeah. Know what you do real quick? Let's see, what are we at currently? This is in combination with everything else that's going on in the household. 82 down, that's not too bad. Okay, we're gonna hit it again. 110. Oh, that's not too bad. It's 25 times better than what I had before. Show more. Yeah, look at the latency on that. 20, 34. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's so good. 14 up, 8.6 up, 11, 12. I've seen that much higher. That's pretty good. All right, one more time. How well does it work in the rain? It doesn't seem to be bothered by the rain or the snow. I think snow is a better test because it seems to be, I guess, more present. That's pretty good. I'm a little surprised that it's like nailing 100 there. Latency is brutal. We're at 28 milliseconds. This is amazing. This is like, I don't know, a third to a quarter of what I had before. Yeah, there was no way I could have gotten that before. 28? No way. So, hey, thank you for the follow. My daughter has been playing um, Team Fortress 2, and I'm just so amazed. She like got into it on her own. It's all like walk downstairs and she'll like have her headset on and just be playing that, and it's like wow, that's she doesn't seem to be noticing that she's on Starlink, so that's good. Is it just you, or did my stream not like the internet tests? I don't know. Um, let's see. Okay, we didn't have any drop frames here and here maybe, but that this is 30 minutes. So that was a while ago. Oh, it's not recent. Come on, come over here. Go this way. Thank you. Yeah, it must have been just you. Twitch says it was fine. So this is what our software is doing. Stitch. And if you want to play around with Stitch or improve it for me or yourself, it's hosted over on SourceHut, which I do like SourceHut. Oh, mini lags just then. Interesting. I wonder why. Oh, hey, it's git. Git is the command for that. So yeah, it's gonna be this one. You know what? That git thing there is not quite right, is it? Set git to https:// tilde. Where's tilde? Is that a tilde? github.com/Halsey. I'm gonna update it. There. That's those two. I tend to put more of my stuff over here. See, some of this stuff is private, etc., but Stitch here is public. It's got a mailing list, everything. Oh yeah, and we should toss a license on that real quick. Yeah, that could have been. It's interesting though, because we didn't see any drops in OBS, right? So no drops here. It's been really good. And we see drops constantly due to other issues. So let's polish up Stitch for just a bit, because it is not to the point where I think people want to hop on. Copy dot slash. Let's say we're gonna go let's see ext. I'm just gonna grab a license file. Um, MIT licensed. It's fine. All right, now I want to use bat. It's gonna be on the cargo file. I don't remember the the property in here that we have to set. Oh, it's just license. Okay. Oh, fascinating. Where are we? We're on Stitch. Can we put? Do we have to put this on each one of the individual pieces? Huh, oops. Remove those. See, I want this at the top level. Rust up, doc. Rust up, doc. It's like, what's up, doc? Cargo book. Reference. Workspaces. It can be added to a cargo.toml that already defines a package, in which case the package is not is the root package of the workspace. Virtual manifest. Alternatively, a cargo.toml file can be created with a workspace section, but without a package section. It's called the virtual manifest. Okay, so that's what we have currently. Work workspace selection, etc. So what I would like to do is to be able to provide license to that. We could just toss that up at the top, but Will that work? Yeah, it actually needs something there. Okay, so if we can't do it that way, we'll put the license in each one of those. Copy a license to client, net, and server. Oh, thank you. All right, get UI. So now we have a license file for each one of those. Cargo.toml, each one of these. Oh, we're still. I forgot. You guys didn't tell me anything. Yeah. Hmm. But yeah, this is how we're doing it now. I just now you can't see any code. Oh, that's so funny. All right, back to little head mode. What? All right, read me. What is it? Markdown preview. Let's start that at the same time. Put that over there. Let's pull this over here a little bit. There. Stitch. At least it's not both. Yeah, we'll have a little me over in that corner and a big me over here. Yeah. Um, you're not looking forward to later? Oh, you got to go to the. Oh, you know what? I don't know. It's yeah. Might not look forward to it, but if you don't do it, it just gets worse. What is Stitch? Stitch is a streaming tool for a bumpy network. Setup. Using OBS, stream to Stitch server on your local machine, on your local network. set up. Um, Etsy hosts file. Add an entry for a Twitch server you would never use. So in this case, I'm going to say 127001 is Norway. This one. Oslo, Norway. Then start the Stitch server. Start Stitch server locally. Now, what do we usually do for this? Here is our current Stitch server. Do I have the command in my buffer? We should probably start the Stitch client first. Norway, did I? Oh, I did misspell it. Norway. Thank you. All right. It's going to be something like this. They're also tall and blonde. Kidding it. They're not. All right. Connect from, finally, configure OBS. Yeah, that looks good. This is using OBS. Stream to Stitch server. Let's in Stitch client on a remote one. Enter your SES file and add an entry for a Twitch server you would never use. I use Oslo in Norway. Start Stitch client on a remote machine that has a good connection to Twitch. All right. Something that's unusual though is it take n times 2. All right, that looks good. Let's finish that up. Our open source duties for the day. All right, that should be good. Let's check. How's it look up here now? Good. There we go. Add license file. We finished this one. Fixed. Yes, resolved that. What other bugs do we have? Okay, those are done for now. Leave these. Let's get back to it. All right. Well, yeah, that's out there. If anybody wants to use that, it does help me smooth out my stream because I am not on the most solid connection. I'm on a very fast connection. Trying to find the actual. Yeah, we did have a bit of a loss just a minute ago. Yeah, here you can see we weren't able to smooth out that one, but it's all right. Okay, let's toss that back over on that screen. The big benefit here is that we have no dropped frames so far, which is just great. That was at like 6 to 8%, and that was I could tell that it was causing issues with people. All right, let's finish cleaning this up. Now, when we exit a tree, for whatever reason, it's saying that this. Oh, that's correct. Remove child. Uh, we're going to create another macro for this because we're going to use it in all of our containers. It's going to be oh. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And just for that, we are going to fast forward through this song. This one is too peppy and too polka. It's too peppy polka. For rest coding, we need something a little bit more dark and foreboding. Good morning, Bear Dude. Bear Cool Cow says Mooma Knuckles Doodah something. When, when are you changing that again? Tips for starting with Rust. Um, so I would treat starting with Rust like any language, right? Even a spoken language. Um, the key is going to be practicing every day. Now, to get to your question, starting with Rust. Rust, I think Rust has a pretty good setup to start with. Yeah, as Verduda just said there, read the book, join the questions on Discord. Um, so the book is really good. Let's go there. We'll walk you through it. Um, Here, Learning Rust, they have the book, they have the course, and they have Rust by examples. Some people like to just read through the book. Other people like to do like go by example. So choose your own adventure here, but definitely find a group where you can just ask questions. And there's many of those. Bear Duda, he's got a Discord. I've got a Discord. You could hop on the Rust Discord. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Um, you've got the Rust programming language. You got two things here that you can hop onto. And if you're not getting, I mean, these are high traffic. So if your question gets overlooked here, there's lots of questions that happen in here. I've asked a bunch of questions, specifically in the Tokyo one, and they've been overwhelmingly helpful. You've heard good things about, oops, hit my headset, about Rust, comparing with C being safer. Now, I love C. I really like C. It's like my first language. And I like Rust better because it protects me from all of the pitfalls in C, right? Pointers with lifetimes and the borrow checker. It takes a bit longer to compile, but you're also not spending a week trying to find a crash. So, all in all, much nicer. And I spent 5 years parsing emails with C. So, spammers try to do everything to get past. They break MIME just to get something to render. So I think they think if the email will render in Outlook, but the antivirus or the spam checker can't correctly parse the format, they're doing a good job. So I love C. What are we going to call this one? It's also more ergonomic, nicer abstractions, and more. Yeah, it understands threads. There's a lot of things that Rust has that C just doesn't have, and vice versa, right? Like Rust doesn't really have a null. I use option instead. So we have remove child. Where's oh, all right. What are we gonna do here? Remove child is gonna take layout, and then what else? And then the child. And we're doing macros all the way down. Just macro rules. Just get some of the boilerplate out of the way. No, in this case, we pass layout through, we get layout unwrapped, remove child, pass that child. Yeah, that's not used. Let's go back to border box. This is a weird song. Oh, you know what? I think we called the wrong function in there. What is this song? It's good. It's just from layout. All right, now this one's to the wrong one. This should have been that. At first, I thought it was gonna do like, by the power of Grayskull or something. I was like, oh, that's weird. But Ra, what is that? Egyptian god Ra? No, if it would have said Grayskull, it'd still be on. Let's face it. Leftover tokens. Oh, that should be expression. These could both be expressions. I thought layout had that. Does layout not have? Oh, what do we need to remove? All right, so when border box exits the tree, it needs to remove its layout from itself. Then it needs to deregister itself. Yeah, do we just not need that? What do we have before? Oh, that's right. We're removing the child constraints. We remove our variables, which we don't have, right? Wait. We have variables. No. Screen doesn't have variables. We do. We've got a lot of variables. I feel like I'm missing something here. What's VBox? Yeah, it just removes that. You're supposed to remove your constraints, all that stuff. Were we supposed to get our container? I think we're supposed to get our container. Remove child. And we do that instead. You know what I need? I need to get a screaming goat sound. Yeah, you'd love that. Yeah, we would do it for 33 seconds though. That is, I mean, that is a really close second. of to like my favorite thing about your stream right now. I love like having you on while I'm coding. But man, the screaming chimpanzee thing. Uh, and I really like the gauntlet where I really like it when you go and you do Norwegian and then we toss the screaming chimp on top of that. That's just great. It is great. Let's see. Hold on. All right, here, let's. What else we got here? I wonder how Kappa. I don't, but Google does. The Kappa. All right. You can just send you the screaming monkey. All right. Options container, container map layout, container remove constraints, container add constraints. Yeah, this isn't really used. Technically, this is container, and it's just inside of an option. And technically, when we're leaving the tree, we can just take that, expect Godot. Oops, does remove child not return anything? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we take the layout, take the container. Yeah, let's do the same thing there. We're going to be using that all the time. Remove container. Then we'll take this. Hold on. Is that double quote? Okay. Now let's toss containers equal to that, and then do this, make it a little prettier. Toss container on there. Or an act of love. uh, all right. I like that better. So we'll probably do the same thing in HBox, VBox, whatever stacking thing we do. Okay. Owner's not used in VBox. Oh yeah. Okay, let's just toss that on there. All right, now hopefully we didn't destroy anything. Oh, but I did forget what I was doing there. Toss that on there. Have you tried NVIM LSP? Oh, Xenocron. I think Bear Duda cares. Is it better or worse than COC? So I think a bunch of us have tried it. I think the general consensus is that it's pretty good. It's getting really, really close. Um, Configuring it is a challenge. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of these, the configs for it are just, I don't know. Yeah, if it wasn't for the config, I would probably be using it more often or trying it out more often. You've been using it without any issues? All right, this looks good. We're going to run it. Oh, we're in the wrong directory. cd./. Control Godot. Oh, look at that. What is this? What happened here? Okay, let's delete this one. So far, so good. Okay, so when it had a child, it absolutely freaked out. Let's add a VBox. Oh, and that's still okay. Did it crash? It did. Oh, a VBox should have layout as an ancestor. Lua, Python, JavaScript. That's right. That's right. If the configs were written in Rust, I would be more likely to have tried it. It's sad. That's really sad, but it's true. Container save layout. Here we remove the container. Where do we get the container? Port NeoVim to Rust. I mean, what are the downsides, right? Macro for YAML. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna raise my desk. Give me a sec. Oops. Looks like I dropped something. Oh, you removed the feature tag and it worked? Oh, oh, Phil. That's good and bad. Which gremlin is doing this to you? All right, now we gotta adjust this guy here. Come on, little more. There we go. All right. That is so weird, Phil. Where's self.container? Container on tree entered. Okay. Yeah, just change the name. Bear Cool Cow says, Muma, how many days left you got on this name? I think we should change this to pass properties in. No, I think this should be broken up into two pieces. One that gets the container. I see where it is. I'm going to leave it for now. Who uses this? Oh, so it's used in two places. Box, VBox, and border box. Yeah. Oh, Bear Duda. Come for the code, stay for the screaming chimpanzee, huh? Oh, and thank you for the follow, y'all. And a couple new followers. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. But I think we should split this up. It's doing too much. So we're going to split this up into two places. One, we're basically going to mirror this one here. Remove container. We're going to have container add container. Self ident. And then the name, your name. This is going to do this here. What else? And then it's just going to replace. Oops, didn't want to cut that. No, no screaming chimps. No screaming chimps, not yet. Should be container.replace container. There we go. Yeah, it did work. Look. Nice. Do we still call you Phil? Or do we call you Jack? JC? Nobody got the name joke anyways? Hey, welcome Raiders. Welcome. How was your stream? Welcome. How you doing, EXO? And welcome everyone. Today we are working on a bit of a, let's see, do we have it running? Yeah. Some layout controls elements inside of Godot. Oh, you got the screaming chimpanzee clip. Oh, no way. Okay. It was wonderful. You did not get distracted all the time. Speaking of getting distracted, watch the chimpanzee clip. Hold on. We're gonna just bear with me. Now, those of you that hold on, I'm going to attach Firefox to this. All right. My apologies if the audio is too loud here. Oh, there it is. I love this. That is my favorite thing. Oh, Berduda. I love that. That is so great. So yeah, if you don't follow XO, follow XO and Baraduda. Another shout out to you. Both streamers. Highly suggest both. So we're going to improve this a little bit more. Um, sorry, still thinking about the screaming chimpanzee. That when you were trying to do Norwegian and we had the screaming chimp going, it's great. So the goal of what we're working on here is to be able to generate these meshes, so we could dial up the radius on these, right? I think these are really cool. Top right, top left, so we could create some sort of UI. Right? It has some like rounded corners on the right side, etc. We can change the thickness of each one of these independent. And then I also want, look at that, it's gorgeous. It's been a while setting that up. Then we're going to be able to put text on the inside, so that'll be nice. And this is going to be part of our game, so it'll exist in 3D space. Um, at least it will for Legacy. For Control, the game we're working on right now, um, it's going to be shaded. So right now it has no shader on it. And if we go back here, let's look at the wireframe. You can see that these things are being tessellated as we change the properties. So these things are really, really cool. We're using Lyon for that. And what else? Yeah, just Lyon for that. And then a bunch of code that we wrote. Ether. Good morning and happy Wednesday. I say Wednesday. Do I know C Sharp SQL loading images from a database? I do not know C Sharp's SQL stuff. We never used C Sharp when I was doing, excuse me, SQL when we were doing C Sharp. We pretty much just did it with Unity, which was a pretty good experience. Um, let's go back to the front view. All right, what's the normal? So we're working on these guys, and we want to be able to get these so that we could nest them. So if we delete this here, we'll delete that. See, did that crash? Sometimes we get little funny errors. Yeah, like there. VBox should have had a layout. And then going to duplicate that. We're going to add it as a child to itself. Now, at this point, it should actually go within it. So we should have one within the other. Let's close that and open it again just to see. Yeah, you could do these things too. I don't know what to call you now, Phil. I mean, Phil was so easy. Do we call you Jack now? D&B? Dun and Bradstreet? I mean, D&B is a little easier than JEC or Jack. Jack? Okay. And for everybody that's new, we got some commands, so feel free to look at those. We've got the theme, GitHub, um, all sorts of stuff, .dot files that we're using. All right, let's run it again. I want to see one inside the other. So let's get the padding working. We're using Cassowary as our constraint manager thing. Oh, wow. Looks like we have a negative value for one of our constraints there. I mean, it's not a bug. We created art. So this one here, we turn that off. Yeah, that's the inner one. What happened to this? That doesn't look right. Did we get a very small value there? Yeah, we did have a funky value there. Oh, did the constraints actually do that? 'Cause I think we have it so that the constraints can affect that. Yeah. Bottom left corner too. Yeah. Now we've created different art. See, look at this. Why did the right and bottom? Oh, shoot. No, no, that should be border right and border bottom. Those look like they're actually getting used as the wrong value. All right, man. Enjoy your lunch. See, I didn't think I had these constraints set up that way. We could double check though. All right, let's look at the flip first. So whatever's causing this thing here to flip, that's not good. We'll get to that later. This should be gone. Now, where are we defining our constraints? I think it's at the bottom here. Yep. So when we set up our child left constraint, we're saying that the constraint, which is down in here, we have our left, our margin left, our border left, our padding left is going to be equal to child left. And that's a constraint. Now, if we look at this, say margin, yada yada, where's our transform? So our left is still at 0. That's good. Let's go down. Let's check right. Oops, too far. There it is. Right, margin right, border right, padding right. So we take the rightmost value for us, subtract margin right, border right, and padding right from it, and that's going to be equal to child right. I think we need some more constraints for this stuff. Like they must be greater than 0 or stuff like that. 'Cause this looks right. So we're using cassowary, which is a constraint solver, and we give it a bunch of constraints, give it a width and a height, and say, lay it out. And it gives us these values in response. You can see border box update, border bottom was set to the such and such, etc. And that'll happen when we resize. So you can see in the background, if we just change this width, it's solving and updating these things, right? Border right. See, border right should not be 23. So maybe, I mean, maybe we have to do the same thing where we remove and add the constraints for this. Or we could just say that those are very strong. Let's say, where are we registering those variables? There's our properties. Okay, let's scroll up, up, up. Enter tree. It's not it. Ah, here we go. So we're saying that these variables are medium strength. Now, I probably don't want all of them to be medium. Like the border width, why should that change? That should change last. So they're all set to medium right now. What if we change them to strong? Add cursor rect event. Hmm. Save and close. All right. Now I think we have to reset some of the values on this border box. Yeah, let's reset this. 4, let's say 1. All right, so it has no padding, has a radius, etc. It made this really small. Update for right. Why is it 0.2? If we resize this, it's not picking it up. Come on. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think that we have to remove and add constraints. So maybe, I mean, adding and removing constraints does not seem to affect it all that much. I mean, just as much as, in performance-wise, just as much as changing a variable. I don't know if I want to go through that though. Oh, this is our render. Hold on. Child constraints. Oh, here. So you can see here in this constraint, we have bottom minus margin top minus margin border bottom, etc. Because we're trying to say that the child's bottom position is going to be equal to those other elements, but the weight here is medium. So there's a chance that, if if you can't quite constrain it to that, that it's flexible with it. And the only exterior constraint we have is the window size. So all of that should be kind of trickling down into this. And if we remove the inner border box, delete that, okay. Then you can see it behaves a bit better. That's what it's supposed to look like right now. It's got little rounded corners and stuff. We can increase those. Border radius, let's say top left 2, 2, say. It's supposed to be able to have these nice curves, etc. Okay, but now when we add a child, everything goes haywire. We could try adding something that's not as advanced as border box. Maybe we could add text. Let's see. Now text doesn't know how to be a child of things, and I don't think it has any resources associated with it either. I mean variables, constraints. So that's kind of it's not a great test. Oh, we could add that stuff. Hmm. Let's try it with the border box again. Wow. As soon as we add that, what's it doing? It's going negative up over here. Is it the math? Do I have these backwards? I mean, should child right be on the left? This is the part where I'm not familiar with cassowary enough. All right, where's the other one here? I mean, I thought it was just like an equation. Oh, they're equal. We'll balance it for you. Okay. Give that a save and close. I'd be surprised if that was it. Yeah, it's nice art though. Look at that. It's pretty. All right. So what's going on here? As soon as we do that, let's see, what's the process it goes through? We get into add child. Add child creates a constraint for its child. And in this case, we have 4 constraints: left, top, right, and bottom. Now, in order to calculate each one of these, see, we could get those values because we're going to be saying this child left is equal to these things here. Say this is a strong string, strong relationship. But what are the values when it does this? Oh, do we not have strong? There. Hmm. I could give you a little tour of Cassowary real quick. So in Cassowary, you have variables, you have a solver, and you have constraints. Okay. We were using this earlier to debug something. Now with your solver, you register a series of constraints, and in this case we say variable 5 is strongly equal to 0, 2 to 0, 3 to whatever variable 1 is, and 4 should be equal to whatever variable 1 is. So you can see that you can say that variables are equal to each other. Now, you add those to the solver. We were adding some edit variables, although I don't think this is required anymore, but it's still possible. And we do this for a number of our other properties, like the border width, the border radius. Like those are going to be variables like this. Then, you add a final constraint. And in this case, we're setting v1 to be equal to 20, saying our screen width is 20 meters in Godot space, and v1 is 15, and that's for the height. So then it'll go through and it will solve this and say, oh, well, v0 is 20, so that means v3 is also 20, and v4 is going to be 15 because v1 is 15. Right? And you can add some more constraints. Quite a bit of, you just add as many constraints as you want, and then it will try to solve it um, and produce good enough values. Right? And you'll see that things move depending on how uh, depending on their relationship, right? So if their weighted relation is a strong one, then they are more likely to not move compared to, let's say, a medium relation, a medium strength relationship. In this case, we're saying this is required. This must be equal to this. And then these ones here that are just strong, they're not required, just strong, these will tend to bend. Now, we've got the same thing going on over here. It's just a little bit more complicated. Um, this is essentially what we have up above this level, right? We've got the screen width and height set up. We've got some other constraints exactly like this set up. Now, for some reason, our constraints are setting these values. The constraints are, what's the right way to say this? Are adjusting variables that we do not want adjusted, or that should be adjusted last. So, for example, here, border right is being set to 0.1, which is fine. Actually, that one looks pretty good. But right should be the screen width. And so that should be really wide. It should be 20 or whatever it is, 17, 18. But it's getting set down to 0.2 due to the other constraints. So let's see which constraint it is. Is it really like the left and right that's doing this? And if you want to thumbs up or thumbs down a song, use those channel points. Oh, you never tried Rust to this day? Ah, okay, yes. Great question, Riven. Um, this here, this crate, the cassowary crate, they did something mm, diabolical. They they overloaded this. They implemented this. So in this case, if we go back into cassowary, and that's a great question. And if anybody else has a question, just please, please, please ask. So, see, where is it? Constraint implements. Is it in here? It's not equal. Is it one of the other constraints? Is it an expression? Yeah, bit or. So they're actually implementing bit or in order to have this syntax. So they're oring this and this using these. It's the way that they set it up. Um, it just means that we're creating a constraint. So they have an expression that basically does that. Yeah, it's exactly an operator overload. Overlord. Um, I personally would have preferred it a different way because I think that, yeah, as you pointed out, when you get into this, now you have to understand this second syntax, which is specific to this crate. You have to know when it's being used with these types and what it means. So personally, I would prefer it being done a different way. Um, so I really wouldn't mind creating those constraints by hand, but I was trying to do it from the documentation, and the documentation has it out that way. So here, you could create an expression. You can do that from terms, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just a lot more work to set it up. But you can see that they have add. They've implemented a lot of overloads here. Oh, for the VAC. Say down here at the bottom. Where did I use VAC? VUC. It's not in this crate. Oh, in the example I had. Oh, here. This here. Yeah, it looks like it's the only one. Um, so yeah, each one of these ends up being a constraint due to their overload. And this is a macro, and it's creating a vector of constraints. Actually, why does it say it's a vector of F64s? Oh, do constraints get compiled down to F64s? Is it some sort of identifier? Wow, that surprises me. Because here, I would have expected this to be a vec constraint. Okay, looks like this is correct too. So you can see that this overloading actually confused Rust Analyzer. That That clip is amazing. It really is. It's awesome. So, all right. So I'm going to comment out most of these constraints. I'm going to comment out this one. I'm going to leave the right one though. I want to just focus on one. How does it know that the overload is the correct one there? That's a great question. Does it actually look at the type on the left to determine this? Or is it the weighted relation equals that's doing it? That's a great question. I'm not sure what the rules are for Rust in terms of operator overloading. This is this is the first time I've actually run into somebody doing crazy stuff with the operator overloading. So I'm not sure. That and the formatter doesn't really care for it because it should be like this. Oh, the definition is here an expression, I believe. Let's see, does variable have it? I don't think variable does, but let's double check. Oh, it does. So the left-hand side definitely has these implemented. So it might be that they're looking up the left-hand side there. So variable has that implemented. Missing in translation? Oh, yeah, don't worry. It's okay. The delay is intended at the moment due to our better than nothing internet. Yeah, this wasn't here before. And the vector, now here it says it's a F64, which I do not think is correct. Yeah, no. I added that just to check it because I saw the type hint here, and I don't think it's an F64. I think that Rust Analyzer sees that the last thing here is a float and probably assumes it's an F64 because it's not looking at type at the operator overloads because it should be constrained. So that's wrong. Variable, which is one of these types, implements the operator overload, and then weighted relation. Let's say variable. Yeah, it has bit or for variable and weighted relation. Huh. Yeah, I think Rust Analyzer is just they're just wrong here. They're confused by the operator overload, and that's okay because it's the Rust Analyzer isn't the full compiler. It's got quite a bit in common, but I think so. Yeah, I think it's looking at the last one. So if we change this to like, yeah, say change that to zeros, now it thinks it's an I32. So good eyes. I'm surprised you saw that earlier, but that's exactly it. I hadn't noticed that the type hint was wrong. All right. We're going to pop back over there. If you don't have any more questions, I'm going to give it a couple seconds because of the delay. Then we'll head over there. All right, let me check something else. Actually, I need to check something. Give me just a minute. Yeah, okay, that's still the same. And so we should be good. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's confused by the compiler at all. It's confusing the compiler. I think it has the type information back here as well. Oh yeah, by all means. I really don't mind doing that. So yeah, hit me with the questions. It's fine. So yeah, I think that it sees that this here, this add constraints, needs to have something that's into iterator constraint here, but also it's using the operator overload off of V5 here. And that, just to finish up here, it's going to be a bit ORed with weighted relation. And the output there is going to be a partial constraint. So the compiler is looking at this stuff here, not just the last thing. So then we have partial constraint, and partial constraint can then be bit ORed with variable, and its output is constraint. So yeah, they went out of their way to make this. But the compiler is going to see constraint, and it's not even going to need to come down here to figure it out. It'll know it as soon as we toss the last one here. In fact, if we remove this, now it's not going to compile because not all the types are the same. Here we have a partial constraint on line 20, and 21 is a constraint because of that final OR. All right, so we're going to comment out some more of these. And so now we're just going to have the width constraint set up. Yeah, the right side. Now, child right, weighted constraint, and in the formatter, you can see that it just doesn't like that. We could do something. What was the, we could do, no, yeah, we could do that to keep it on the same line. Oh, well, that's what it's supposed to look like. The fact that it's got those pipes in funky places, it's fine. Now that we've talked about it, now we can see it. You can see that these things are being subtracted, and I'm not sure that this is getting evaluated correctly. Oh, this is like a sappy song. Christmas pop? No, okay, not right now. Thank you. Essential piano moods. Rambling home. Oh, rambling, that might go well with this. What else do we have? Yeah, let's see, that should compile. Let's run it again. Now again, we're not doing the left, the bottom, the top. This is just the right side width. We might have to reset some of these. Those look good. These are all empty. That is strange. If we resize it, we're not getting resized. Did we hit an error? I don't see anything. But yeah, it didn't like that constraint. Do we have to do that? Do we have to use parens? I mean, maybe. Oh, okay, that's a little too mellow. Yes, I believe so. Because Cassowary doesn't use U32s at all. All right, right is still set too small. And thank you for the follow. So just by having that one constraint on there, wow. All right, if we reset these, yeah, and we can produce art, some lovely art. Oh, we see that, let's see, where is it? Right here. What about bottom? Let's see, there's too many of these. Let's remove one, this line there. It's a little hard to parse. It's easy to fix. All right, starting Godot, coming back. You also notice that bottom isn't being set. I guess that makes sense because we have a border box inside of a border box. Uh, Left looks good. It's going to get these values from Godot. But that should not be two. Let's go back to border box. What is it about this? Let's say that we're just going to say it's equal to the right, whatever. Yeah. Some extra values in there. Let's shut it down. Not a fan of this one. Eventually they'll know the kind of music that we like. Whereas right? Right didn't even get set. Yeah, we're trained in the music selection AI. Absolutely. This one I could do later, but not right now. Yeah, it's working out really well. It's working out really well. Good morning, Museum. How are you? And this one, not today. Depending on the arguments to the macro. Ah, yes. How have you been, Museum? Array and Tavak? Yeah. Raining again. Hobby time cut short. We're trying to figure out cassowary. So we've basically got this set up. And in fact, we could use this. Um, just putting up a fence. You can see you can't set the concrete when there's a deluge. Ah, I see, yeah. Oh, that sucks. I need some fences. I want to get one around the house area, and then yeah, I saw that. I mean, we were expecting it in what, 48, 41? Was it 41? Oh, it was 41. Then we said 48, and then we gave up. Oh, the blanket tree isn't stable yet. Takes an array and gives you a bi-value iterator from it. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So effectively what we're doing is here, let's toss a V6 on here. Well, that's our next level down. Yeah, basically if your fence doesn't hold water, it doesn't hold goats. So it's tough. But our goats do have fences, just not ones that they care to stay within. But actually, I want a fence around the house area, not the goat area. The goats are over there, the house over there. So yeah, they can get past fences, double fencing, electric fencing. They get tangled up in electric fencing. Oh, that's a pain. Goat. Ah. That does seem cool. For A, and what is it? Will be equal to that. That's really cool. I like that. That is neat. Oh, really? Oh, that's neat. Nice. So we're saying V6, weight of relation equal to, hmm, let's say it's V4. Plus no caption on there. All right. So V6, one here, it's 15. So in this case, they figured it out. How is this different from ours? We're using strong. The child is on the left, parents on the right. Hmm. Oh, those back here could be that or that. If you call array intuitor, assuming you're consuming it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, yeah, it's just going into that. Although I think it actually ends up wanting a reference to a borrowed t, or it wants a borrowed t. So that's perfect. Wow. And this has just given up. Let's restart it. That's cool, Museum. All right, maybe on a init. That's neat. That's really cool. So it feels like our setup is very, very much like this. I mean, we might have like a V7 in here too, but and then V7 is equal to V6. But there's nothing else that's going on here. It should just trickle down from the top. I guess the problem might be that the order of these just creates a pointer to the array with the index +1. It's also a double-ended iterator, and it just works if you're going backwards. Wow. I mean, maybe, let's see, where'd variable 7 go? Variable 7 is equal to 15. That's fine. What if we do this out of order? So we do 6, 6401, which is, I think, more along the lines of what's going to happen. because we're adding these as the tree gets built. Technically, it'd be this way. The first box and then the second box. Yeah, all of these are correct. 15s, 20s. So what is it about ours that make it unhappy? Is it that? Good morning, Black Tomcat. Happy Wednesday. How's it work for me? Pretty well, pretty well. We're currently working on some UI, some kind of in-game 3D UI stuff. This is art. This isn't what it's supposed to look like. We're debugging an issue though. So, and if you want to check it out, GD native, it's over here, I think. What are the commands? Wait. Oh. It was just slow. Sorry, having a Starlink moment. All right, yeah. So you can check that out over here. Now, back to where we were. Where were we? Oh, I was looking up because I wanted to see some of these properties here. If we comment out these here, does that affect it? I don't know why it would. I mean, it could. Because our test is working, right? We're getting the values trickling down just perfectly. But for some reason, when we come back into this, something is not quite right. Something's being a little gremlin. Top and left, they should be kind of a non-issue. Well, let's run it again. Oh, interesting. Line splitting. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Huh. I hadn't noticed that. All right. Margin right should exist. Yeah, it's not going to be happy not having those. That's going to be in here in the property setter. We could just ignore that. Hmm. Currently it tries to split after punctuation. I see. Yeah, the commas here. This might not work for other reasons now. Okay, but this is still too small. And we didn't get right. Right should have trickled down. I'll have to figure this out. I'm not sure. And thank you for the follow. I'll put these back. I think I need to come up with another test to figure out exactly what's happening here. Biscuit, good morning. Happy Wednesday. How you doing? And thank you for the follow. Welcome, y'all. Hmm. We end up with quite a few constraints, and it feels like there's a wire crossed somewhere. I don't see it. Because if we did not have, like in Godot, if we remove this lower border box, here, let's get chat back. If we remove this guy here, delete that, give that a save, close and open it. Oh, it's doing the same thing. Did it crash? It didn't crash. Let's restart it. You're a bit starved of Rust right now, you know? And Godot is something that always sounded interesting. Godot is really neat. See, something's up now. Like, why are we not getting resize events? Screen should be getting resize events. Set dimensions should be called. That should call update constraints, which would recreate a bunch of those. What's it supposed to look like? Um, it's supposed to look like a big rounded rectangle. It's actually a fairly fancy one. Um, all right, let's run it again. See, does Godot have a Rust extension, or do you have to do some magic? We're using the GD native crate. It's a wrapper around the GD native API, but in Rust. And there's a cool project, Godot Rust here. Whoa, not right now. All right. Some songs just aren't streaming music, you know? So yeah, you can use this. It wraps the C++ API pretty well. Um, it takes a while to compile because Godot's API is just massive. And um, I think this very nicely models the unsafety that Godot expresses to you. Because when something is in the scene tree, um, it's not ref counted. There's just a live object. It happens to be in the scene tree. Um, so you have to be very careful about pointers just getting freed. And GD Native does a really nice job of wrapping that and expressing that. So you'll see us using quite a bit of unsafe. Where is it? Like in container macros. Um, like here. So we have to do certain things that let us prove to Rust that we know that the element exists in the tree, etc., because we understand how the C++ API works. So It works out really well. I feel like I just kind of rambled on that one for a while. Um, I would say that Godot Rust is very complementary to GD script. Um, I'm not using GD script right now just because I want to practice Rust and I want to practice Godot. I want to understand them both. But you could use GD script, and then when you need the extra sort of CPU, power, just drop down to Rust and go from there. Always nice to just hear streamers rambling. Oh yeah, we do a bit of that. We do a bit of that. And then we have scalding hot tea time. This thermos is almost too good. See, so screen is supposed to get a notification. Rubber ducking, yes. Screen's supposed to get updated here. We're not seeing that. Although, does screen even have variables that are getting updated anymore? I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't have properties. We can get rid of that. Where was it? Here. Deleting code. Cassowary, I like Cassowary much better compared to Stretch Museum. Yeah, yeah. For this, I mean, it solves pretty quick. Um, I haven't noticed any issues with that. There's little gotchas, like in our example. Let's hop back over here. Like you can't suggest values. Well, suggesting values doesn't actually do a whole lot. Um, it really is just a suggestion. So when we were trying to suggest that the width and the height of the screen be 20 and 15, it could care less. And now, instead, what you had to do in Cassowary is you had to set up a constraint that enforces it. Because even when we try to set up the width and height values, like here, to be required, required doesn't actually mean anything for an edit variable. So there are little gotchas like that. Um, and like the one that we're currently experiencing, how do we know why it's gone wrong? There isn't a whole lot to know about this other than to kind of test it as you go along because something is broken. I'm not sure what. Yeah, suggestion is what it should do when it's ambiguous. And that makes sense because in this case, when we were trying to use it as a suggested value, it wasn't ambiguous. It was just nothing, right? It's just saying, oh, these two things are equal. And yeah, it didn't work for enforcing the outer width. Now, I'm hoping that I don't have to do the same thing here, but according to our example, having these box, so this is box 1 and this is box 2. So those are the width for box 1 and 2. So we can set those up just fine, and it seems to work if we have them added before or we add them after, etc. So any one of those seems to work. So I'm not sure why it's gone wrong. Where's our other constraints? Other than that, I really like it. So yeah, we do not want to be inside of screen. We want to be inside of border box. We're trying to set up these more complicated constraints. Like the child left must be I guess inside of here, we could say that the left here is going to be less than that. Oh, do we not have, what's cassowary? Oh, LE, less than or equal to. We have GE, LE, and EQ. So this is less than or equal to that. Sounds good. Now on the right side, stuff over here. Wait, this greater than, did I get that backwards? No, that's fine. Then I switched the order of these because I wasn't sure if that was an issue. The child right needs, see, we should have them the same order. All right, so now the very right side is, oh, wrong channel. Yep, greater than or equal to the right side. That's fine there. Okay, next one, top. That's LE. It's like the print changes functionality. Yeah, where you call fetch updates step by step and render it out. Always returns the same values until a change happens. I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's change this one. All right, now bottom needs to be greater than or equal to that. Okay. But I don't see why this would have been an issue. It should have been able to say you could do this exactly. All right, so we'll do that and then hop over into to Godot and start printing that out. Yeah, same issue. Let's see. Yeah, if we reset that to 0.1, because that thing should be equal to the size of the screen. Oh, you know what? That actually got the right value. It's just we don't see the object anymore. Oh, actually, that's setting the screen width and height, but it's not actually changing anything in cassowary. So inside of screen, when we update constraints, oh, we're not calling update constraints. Or, oh shoot, what is it called? We had a delayed function for this on resize, on ready. Where is it? We're not actually fetching the oh shoot. No. We don't do that here. We do that in layout. Oh, that was close. I lost code. Oh, use hash map variable name. Yeah. So we have that up here, deferred update. So we can turn deferred mode off. So we could just call update directly for every single change. So right now, when there is a change, we tell the object that the change belongs to what the value is. So we could do that. So we do changes there. And let's just call straight through. See, I don't have an owner there. Now let's do some logging. So whenever we make a mutation to cassowary, you print line, let's see, setting blah to blah. So variable doesn't do debug. Here. Remove edit variable. Now these don't actually cause us to do to re-render. It's just the constraints. Oh, that could have been an issue. Yeah, just like those. All right. This is very verbose. Removing constraint. This one calls the other one, so that's done. Deferred update, patched that through. Do I have plans on turning this into a reusable library? I do. I do. Oh, export. Yeah, I think it'd be nice. Because I really just didn't like the way that you do 2D and 3D in Godot to get a flat thing. It's like bitmapped, right? They render to a texture, put it in the 3D space. I would prefer to have the shape in 3D, right? The tessellated UI pieces. All right. Well, this should have done a lot. All right, you can see that we're setting variables to 0. What is this? Setting variable blah to blah. Oh, this is in the edit variable. Okay, we can see that there's no changes whenever we edit the variable. Then we get screen width and height, and that adds, wait, why, so it removes the constraints that we did have. Okay, then we have no more changes. Removing constraint, removing, changes, okay. Now here, why did it do it twice? Did we miss something? Maybe. Then we add constraints, variable 3. Okay, this is probably like top or left. Then we have constraint data here, which is variable 0. Variable 0 is width, I know that. That's saying that we're setting this to, okay, maybe I don't know that. I thought 0 and 1 was width and height of screen. Maybe it's something else now. But then we have a constant, okay, constraint, variable 1, negative 18. Why is that negative width? And then we have negative height here. All right. Then width and height changed here. Yeah, stroke geometry is really, really crazy. Um, right, Skia. I've looked at Skia before, and Skia is really cool. Um, I don't remember where their list of papers are, but in terms of like drawing a like when you draw a circle, right? How how do you color each pixel? It's really complicated. Oh, interesting. That's cool. So in this case, we ended up getting an update. We removed some constraints. All right, and then we add some constraints back, and our width and height is just broken because it shouldn't be negative 14. That's just wrong. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Hmm. I don't want a negative height. Morning, Ergo. How you doing? How are you? Now in this here, I mean, technically in Godot, when I draw this, I have to flip the Y. Um, but at this point here, I don't want it to be negative. And I'm surprised that it's a negative constant, or that I'm pointing at the screen. You see that? I'm pointing to show you. So that's bothersome. I'm surprised that it's negative 10 and negative 14 or negative 15 if we round up, because that would that cause the errors we're seeing? Let's see. Let's get the because it would be very small. I need an on-screen finger tracker. That's right. Oh, that's funny. 'Cause, yeah, we can't even. Oh, we can see that because what's happening here is it's realizing that it can't go negative for its width and height, so it's stopping there. But we can still have a size for the corners, which is why we get this shape, because the body has no width and height, but it's still drawing the curves. Um, I thought you don't have to deal with pointers in Rust. Yeah, are we dealing with pointers? Well, yeah, you don't usually deal with pointers in Rust. And what failed here? Mutable reference was requested. One already exists. Yeah, this could be on me. It's my fault. Oh, ah, you got me. You got me, Black Tomcat. Smart pointers. Am I a smart pointer or? All right, so 287, we're getting this border box. All right, that means that variable update was called when it already had a lock. That's fine. Okay, we'll come back to that. But in screen, or we update the screen size. Here, width and height, that's positive because we even printed that out. Or is that? Ah, here, 18 and 10, and that became negative 18 and negative 10. Am I flipping that? Create constraints? No, it's self.height and self.width. And set dimensions does not flip that. So why would that create a negative constraint? I don't understand that. As we could do required here. Oops. That's not going to change anything. Yeah, store the variable names whenever you store the category context. Yeah, I was thinking about creating a new type for variable that just had a name on it. Yeah, Rust doc render from 3 years ago. It it hasn't been updated, and I'm surprised. I didn't. I could probably get a nice fresh coat of paint on that, and I mean, it probably doesn't need to change all that often. I mean, once you finish something like Cassowary, it's done. It does have some PRs and issues, but still. Yeah, I mean, yeah, see, it's -10, -18 here. True, true. You have to generate them locally. Hmm. All right, so why the negative here? Is this expected? Is the constant expected to be negative? As you can see here, we got changes. It's 18 and 10. And for whatever reason, it's decided to play nice. What did we change? We changed it to required. Are you kidding? That couldn't have been. Is it that simple? All right, let's toss in some pretty round corners. Increase the border on the left. Look at that. Fancy. All right. Yeah, we got some fails going on. That's because we're not calling deferred. Yeah, yeah, pretty rectangle. Got that sort of uplifting music. It's like, hey, things are going well. All right, let's toss deferred back on there on layout. That should fix the other issue. Looks like an iPhone. All right, let's go. Let's try again. All right, that's pretty good. And now we're going to add a box as a child here. Border box. Did it crash? No, so far so good. But I'm using, I do like the idea of using, are those fingerless gloves for typing? They are. My wife made them. I'm glad you asked. So, where's a, so yeah, these are my fingerless gloves. Keep my hands warm, right? So, I've been wearing these for years, and my one of my kids just noticed what's on the back of them. And they're like, "You've worn those to town with us. People have looked at them." Like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I think that one of the good things about them is how long the wrist is, right? Because that helps. That helps. So, All right, now let's set up this one. This one doesn't have any border. I'll set its border to 2. Oh, interesting. Why? That's very large. Say 0.3 then. Yeah. Oh, don't crash, Godot. Message queue out of memory. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, radius 1. Okay, so that one's not getting its property set. Yeah. So that one should be inside this other one. That's right, they're helping each other to reach the higher branches. And I mean, has nobody ever been to a farm? I mean, come on. All right, now let's get that positioned inside this other one. That should have been happening inside of border box. Hold on, let's save that. Or is it here? Actually, I gotta get going. Just saw the time. I got a couple minutes, but I think this is a good place to stop, and we'll pick up here. Um, yeah, positioning the inner piece. I can't believe that it was really the required strength that fixed that. It feels like it was kind of a red herring, though. I guess we could put it back and check, maybe tomorrow. So, Museum made the contents of this script, but I put it inside that .sh file so that I don't leak my credentials. You going to be streaming today, Raimo? Yesterday we raided this guy. Friend of Vulcan Game Engine. It's pretty interesting. We might do that again. So, and so far the stream, the 10 seconds wasn't too bad, and it got most of the hiccups. We didn't have a hard reset. So, are you going to be okay? Well, we're kind of locked in. Um, and I mean, let's face it, you don't have problems with traffic. Everybody loves Rimo. If you're not following Rimo, you should. So, I'm going to join you in the raid, but we're going to head off. So, until next time, y'all. Bye bye. And this is the part where, because of that 10-second delay, I don't really know when to hit the button, right? Because I mean, maybe I'll hit it now, but then you're not going to hear me because of the delay, etc., etc., etc. So, see you. Bye bye.